According to Nikkei, Japan's Ishiba and Trump will issue a joint statement after their summit on Friday, laying out shared views on the economy, security, and China.
Morning, guys. This market kind of sucks. I don't know. Don't, Not a fan. Not a fan. I expect buyers to try to hold here. I feel like if we lose 70s, then we're just rotating back down to 40s. The bid needs to be able to get over 80s and start to sustain if this is going to hold, or this is just going to be a lower high here for that look under 70s and then rotation down to 40. It's basically all I got for you right now. Expect the offer here. There's someone at 70 who's just like really willing to take in. But if they dip, then we go straight down to our reversion. See if they can gain anything below 70s, or if we trap off sides. We need to see if this guy's going to take it or not. Again, offer is still sitting at that 80. We're trying to see if it'll lower down to 70s for a rotation down into like 40, 45. Or push over this edge here for a continuation up. These are like the two things that I'm watching for right now. And all my charts just reset. Love that. Our look over from our hold of our 70s. Want to see this now bid, ideally. Pretty hard. That sucks. Yeah, this market is not great, man. Not great at all. I'm thinking you can probably aim for like 610 here, Sauce, if you a runner, but understand 605 is your first like real test. It's just POC here from previous candle. Full retracement. Man, I have not been able to get to sleep till like 5:30 a.m. every day so far. It is not okay. Oh, so bad. See if we can push higher than this. This is our 610 target. We've got 40 seconds until new 15s. We're just coming back up to our seller. It's a full retracement of our move from our passive buyer at 70s. Yeah. See if we can just build above. I expect a bit of a retracement into the new 15s to now try to hold the 6.5, 610 area. Supportive. We're going to keep going. 15 seconds. Expect seller to kind of be sitting at 21s and then rotate us back down to like 10s and then see if we can flag it. And then we can head for a previous day POC. There's your rejection on 20s, pushing back down. See if we flag here at 10s. We're just looking for something like this to occur. All right. And then from here, it's just a matter of can we then build above, take out this high or not. Validated here is just going to result in this rotation through again. Delete this old pathing. What's at 50? It's at 36 for me. But I'm on ETH, so let me check. Yeah, no, it's at 36 for me still. Or, yeah, 37. Man, I don't mind your 50 target. But previous day POC is 37.25 for me. Don't know why.
ECB Centina says any further bank consolidation moves in Portugal should be approached with caution. Possible interest by state bank CGD in Novo Banco has a systemic impact that must be analyzed.
It's weird that your VPOC's at 651 and mine is not. I believe yours a lot more than I believe mine, but it's interesting that it's showing two different things. I wonder why that is. Yeah, I mean, that one makes a lot more sense. To be honest, more so 40s to me makes the most sense. So I'm thinking it's a just bad estimation. Because I think 44 makes the most sense. We got a slight POC shift up into 52 end of day off of the developing, but most of the day's volume was traded at 45s. '45s make sense. So just as we push into that 50, 45 area, just be careful. Let me see if I change time frame, if that adjusts. Yeah, it does. So 30 seconds is off. 15 is fine. That's a weird bug. Let's try 1 minute. 1 minute's at 52. 2 minutes at 52. 4 minutes at 52. Yeah. The 30 seconds just bugged. Probably just the way that it's aggregating data on that time frame. Okay, back to 15 we go. Regardless, this move is playing. Retest of our pivot off the hold of our 70 low, and then rotation through, flagging, now fully playing. Watching for offer into 45 to 52 for topping. And we'll see if this can surpass it or not. A lot of buying volume below us, around 35 to 25. So that's kind of where we're going to be watching to see if buyers are willing to step it up or this push up. Going to delete our pathing because this is ugly. And let's watch to see how we react here. Big size coming in at 50s. Not a lot of movement for the amount of size there. Again, it's either they get stuffed here and we have to rotate back down to our 35-25, or we'll see a very clear acceleration above 50s, and then we can continue our rotation higher. I personally As long as we're getting into these, it makes sense to kind of come back down and retest these and then do something like this from what I'm seeing so far. But there's just a bit, like we're not really seeing like a massive seller up here yet. This candle is incredibly bid heavy. And then next level, if we can show interest above this 45.52, would be 70s for me. This leg, yeah, just this last part. I got on really late today, Julian. So just playing this rotation here. I have like zero interest in playing this market, to be honest. So it's pretty hard for me to justify streaming for 9 hours. Well, now that we know that this time frame is scuffed, we need to turn these off to a different time frame. Interesting, it's only the NQ 30-second that's off. RTY and ES are both fine on 30. 5 seconds until new 15s. Buyer is at 650. Failure to see bids continue to step up as soon as we look into that area is just going to result in a rotation back down to 30s, taking out that wick low from our last attempt. Just need to see a very sustained bid on any look in, right? An immediate kind of bounce off of this, or again, we'll take out this low and then have to retry this area again from here. Pushing into our 70 target, move stops up or take a little profit off. You know the drill. This was a pretty simple move to think about. This is just our new 15s opening and then retesting POC, right? We wanted a very quick look into our 50 and then just a push up. So that is that. What happened? You just got stopped out again before this move? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay. This is next target here, previous day value high from our 70s, now into our full retracement of yesterday's value on NQ. We'll see if we can build above. I don't have a ton of upside targets. I'm thinking it's just 700 if I'm being honest. Just into this liquidity here, test out some supply, and then figure it out from there. I think 700 is probably a good psychological level. but we do need to show interest above our value from yesterday. ES is doing the same thing. So we'll see first if this is able to hold as supportive, right? And then go for that 700, or if this is going to offer, and then we're gonna have to like retrace some of this garbage, rotate in between. As long as this bid is kind of maintaining though, 700 feels pretty good to me. You might want to be risking off a bit into 694 instead of 700, just kind of pre-selling into those. Again, this is supply. We don't know how reactive this area is going to be, so taking off or moving stops up as we approach is always going to be a wise decision. Tagging into our 700, this is our supply. See how reactive it is. Move stops up. Very nice move. We're up 50 points from just tag of our 650 POC and then push into supply. I expect this area to kind of just get chopped up for a bit. That's just my general feeling when we get into areas like this, that it's just going to have to eat through this guy. But they don't have to still be here. It just makes sense that they are. Just kind of have to build this out. We're in like pretty clear trend right now, so this can definitely keep going. But I'd just be expecting something like this for the short term, right? Between 710 and 694, and then go from there. We want to eat through this quickly and continue pushing. Amazing, right? No big deal. I do expect this area to be a little choppy. What is going on in this chat? It really does feel like bid has to be like here now. We're gonna keep this up, maintain this low, while we just take out the supply. The 700, like 694, 693 area. Because if they don't show their hand there, then we have a lot of room to retrace back down to like 70s. Clean this up. Yeah, again, like this is about as far down as I'd want us to go if we're going to be able to continue to maintain without having to retrace like this. Just this yellow box. Again, we expected the chop sideways here. We expected to have to rotate between our 93 and 710. And now it's just a matter of, can it sustain, right? Can we build out a new node here and then continue onward with our trend? Or is this going to have to do something like this first before we can figure it out? I don't think he's hating on you, Ratio. He's just worried about you because he knows what it can look like if you are on the wrong side of that trade. I mean, nice trades, nice money, right? You just want to be really careful. I know the gains feel good, but the losses are going to be tremendous with that kind of leverage. That's all. Is that a Top Step X platform? Looks like it. What account size are you on where you can trade like 5, 8, 9, 10 lots? The max, the biggest one, I'm assuming? 10 NQ is substantial. Well, we're getting the move, hold of our 93, pushing over our 710s here. This is where we want to see a secondary buyer step in or a continuation higher. We're just in trend, friends. I know it's been a minute, but that is what it is. Let's see if we can hold our higher edge here, show an interest. We've got a minute and 15 seconds left in this candle. Could very well not happen. I need to retrace this again. I'm unsure. We don't have a lot of information yet. All we know is that we want to see a buyer really kind of show their hand here at our 710. If they can, then we should be able to go for continuation. If it can't, right, I'm just going to rotate back through this node that we're building out up at these highs, just like we talked about. Thirty seconds. Ten seconds. Incredibly sore. I don't know what is going on. Low-key dying. Yeah, my temperature last night while I was sleeping was 96.1. 3.6 degrees higher than usual. Feels bad, man. Just permanently sick this season. Yeah, it's off my whoop. But it's usually pretty accurate. We got our bid 710 pushing up. I don't have any levels until we're up there near like 750. That doesn't mean that we're just headed straight to 750. It just means I don't have a lot of information up here, right? The things that we do have references for though are Russell into our ADR at 322 for a loss of momentum. And if we lose momentum, then NQ is going to be in a rough spot. So just keep that in mind that for a short-term pivot, this is kind of what I'm watching just to see if Russell's going to be able to continue going up with this trend or if things are going to need to kind of, again, build out this area. This is a big old push that we just got. But hopefully you've been able to follow along at least part on this move, even if you didn't capture the start, right? We've given multiple solid re-entries of areas where we want to look. Pathing's been playing to a T. Things look good. Trend is your friend. Missed it all. Huge. Classic, to be honest, kids. You come in after the move. Classic. Yep, it's just a bit sad for me too. Is there a way to see my current temperature, or is it only at night? I don't think I own a thermometer. I've never done that one, Tom. But there was a really awesome store called Big Fun when I was a kid that had like just infinite toys from like the 70s and 80s and early 90s. And they had like a huge gag gift section. It was the greatest toy store of all time. And I used to grab stuff like that always when I was a kid. Big Fun is no more. Feels bad. She was not impressed. Oh, it was a joke the entire time. God damn it. About to block him. Remember when there was like awesome toy stores and now and you don't even have Toys R Us? I don't know. Maybe you're if you live in a city, but there's like always like little like local toy stores. They were always awesome. We had Zany Brainy here. Big Fun. Trying to think of other ones that were good. That were like niche. Yeah, and by hobby shop you mean Warhammer gift memorabilia. Hobby shops aren't even hobby shops anymore. They're just like selling paint for Warhammer. I don't know, guys. Maybe we just go to straight to 750 on his next target. I don't really have anything else. Russell's still pushing. We're at ADR. Pretty strong buyer at 730. Just gonna
Standard
keep an
Chartered
eye on that level.
commentary. They say they see Bitcoin hitting $200,000 by the year end.
200,000.
And Standard Chartered see Bitcoin hitting $500,000 before Trump leaves office in 2028.
Holy, 500 before. That'd be crazy. It's 500K per with my 2 Bitcoin. That'd be huge. Wonder how much liquidity we would have to add
Prime
in
Minister Boris
USD
survives the first no confidence vote in Parliament.
to get to 500,000 per coin. Let me look that up. Like how much overall capital has to be invested into Bitcoin for that to be realistic? What market cap?
French Premier survives the no confidence vote, securing the new budget.
Like, I always remember when people would say like Doge to $1, and then you'd like look at what the market cap of Doge would have to be at like $5 or $1, and it was like 100 trillion. You're like, oh, okay, I'm an idiot.
UK's PM Starmer, in a call with Canada's PM Trudeau, said he welcomed an international conversation on the importance of trade and collaboration between allies and partners.
So a $500,000 Bitcoin target would mean a $10.5 trillion market cap. And a $1 million Bitcoin price target would mean that the market cap is 45 trillion. S&P market cap's around 43 trillion, just to give perspective on that. So Bitcoin would have to outpace and become larger than the stock market.
Washington Post reports that TikTok's Chinese owners appear to be slow rolling negotiations for a sale while waiting for a green light from the Chinese government.
Gold's market cap is 19.4 trillion. So you'd be at about halfway through gold's market cap at 500k BTC. Where's all that money coming from? Maybe if the USD just prints it, you know? I don't know. Asteroid mining revenue. Now you're thinking. But I actually sell at 500 mil or 500 okay. Uh there's probably going to be a better option if BTC in 4 years for me to do something with my BTC at 500k. I feel like the infrastructure is going to be a bit more developed. Probably take out like a loan against it and then be able to hold it. Plenty of good ideas today. Hell yeah. You're about to pull apart the rupee. I'd full port the Chinese yuan. Go live in China. Sounds good to me. Girl, we just went out. What is your deal? No. Yeah, Arcane's great. Season 2 feels a bit fast, but it's still good. Season 1's great. I watched a few episodes of the first season and didn't love it, but I've been told that it's an amazing show and that I should give it another chance, so I probably will. All my friends are watching season 2 right now and are obsessed. Trying to think what I was watching when I started it. I was like already in the middle of something, and so starting something new just felt kind of bad.
China initiates a WTO dispute complaints against the US regarding tariffs.
That show is brutal, Prosper. I watched a few episodes of it. It is brutal. I haven't really been watching too much TV. My TV days lately have been like Sunday bum day. I feel like I don't know what to do. A lot of reading lately. I wish my life wasn't just in like phases of attention. Probably be much better off if I wasn't so dependent on like the next dopamine fix, an obsession, and then move on to the next. You finished book five? No, I did not finish book five. That's also an issue. It's like as soon as I know that I have 7 years to read it, all my excitement, all my hype goes away. Not sure why. Maybe I'll try to finish it this weekend. It might be a 2 week thing. Depends how I feel. If I get sick again, it's over. I have no levels until we test 700. There's just nothing here. We lost our 30s and offer flipped there, and now it's just rotating back down to POC of previous candle. Yeah, it's frustrating. Which is again why I kind of started to hold off on it. All right, we're pushing into our 700s here. Let's see if there's anything of interest. I need to see buyers get their shit together pretty quickly. The 700 edge should be seen as something very similar to our 90, our 70 edge from down here. We're looking for passive buyers to kind of just be able to take in size like they did here for rotations up. If they fail here at our 700, then we can do rotations through back down to like 670, 650. So pretty important that we continue to see a sustained bid and break this downtrend. Understand that the idea of the Russell into ADR played, right? We lost that momentum. Now it's just finding that low before we can kind of keep going up higher. I'm just gonna channel this just because it'll be an easier visual. And let's see if we can find anything for RTY here. My analysis. I feel like I've read a few of these articles. I don't know why though. That name feels so familiar. Wonder if this site was referenced in a video I watched. $700s was incredibly reactive, rotating back up. Need to break downtrend and get back over our halfway back here, or 20s offer it will hold. But good reaction and immediate bid is what we want to see. I think, again, offer is probably sitting 20s. We can see that on Dom right now, and we need to get back over 25, really. 24. Yeah, this is kind of my short-term pivot here. Offer should be right there. I'm trying to delay my dog needing to go out again. She's pretty vocal. So I'm gonna give it like 5 minutes to see if this move fully plays. And then I'm gonna have to mute and AFK for a little bit. 6 minutes tops, probably.
So, according to the Wall Street Journal, just picking up now, Macron government surviving the no confidence vote again. So, the vote clears the path for France to adopt the 2025 budget.
Crazy to make another Jurassic Park movie. I hate Hollywood so much. Like they like refuse to take a chance. Offer at a 20 is held. I'm not so sure on this. I don't think this buyer at 700 holds. It's not looking great. We'll see what the reaction here is again as we push down, but that was our open of our new 15-minute candle. We're opening below POC. So far, POC has held as resistance. Starting this downtrend idea. We still need to be able to show that look below and the interest below. It could just be a chop in between this POC at 730 and this POC down at 90 to 700, but I just don't have enough information yet. I just want to continue to see buyers willing to just eat up sellers as we attempt into our lows over and over and over again. Why is every Jurassic Park movie the same movie? It's crazy. The top comments are good. I agree. This last scene with the kid, like, why? Yeah, probably. Well, it was fun while we had trend for a little bit there, guys. That was nice. A Working Man doesn't look terrible. I mean, it is what we expected. Like, it'll be a fun movie for sure. I just finished that trailer. Yeah. Thinking reoffer into 705, 710 here needs to hold, and then we can see rotation down. Or bid needs to like really step it up. They're trying. See if sell side can hold. Offer moving down. Just watch your reoffer into 705, 710. Want to see a pretty sharp hold of that, and then continuation down. Watching to see if our offers here or not, or if bids can step up and reverse this. Need Russell loss of momentum for this to have follow through. Or we need to see the higher low bid here on RTY with the halfway back for continuation up, and then it's just a full rotation of what we've already established on NQ. So far, buy side failing here to hold above. I'm looking for this to reoffer below now. This should be able to ideally make a new low with this excess now above. We want to see this fully rotate for that 670, I think. If we can now hold this edge. Again, we've just seen buy side fail above with Russell leading with it. See if we can get the full rotation. This 86 is not a bad first target, but I think you can probably get more to 670 if we now hold our 700 edge as resistance. Not a bad idea to take off some risk. Just watch to see if we can hold here. we need sell side to establish. The problem is like every time we fail and we push back above, we're just going to trap, right? This is the same thing as before where we have balance and we have a look below balance or look above balance, and then we need to see follow through on a secondary attempt, or all we're going to do is punish the people who are outside of it.
So according to the Punch Bowl, House Speaker Johnson and the Treasury Secretary Besant to meet this afternoon. So set to discuss extending the 2017 tax cuts.
God, this is so garbage. Watching our tons here again. I gotta go take my dog out. This is stupid. We're just rotating between our two pivots. We need to see a very clear look below and hold. As soon as it doesn't hold, you have to just expect that we're rotating the full range back up. Excess gets made. We don't see that secondary seller step in to hold us below. You have to just expect rotations through. It's balance. I'll be back in a minute. I'm not letting my dog's got to go out. It is what it is. This is a doji. All right, I'm back. Apologies. With Trump being in office and the volatility it comes with, do you all size down? Yeah. Unless I'm like really sure that we're in a trending market. During like stuff like this, size down, trading only M and Q. Don't trade NQ in chop, slow markets. If we're in a trending market like we were early, I'm more than happy to play it like normal. Things have a good read, and we just kind of go up. There's no reason not to just have size on. But when we start to slow down into an area that I'm uncomfortable with, I do not size the same. That is for sure. The daily chart? Yeah, well, we're just kind of trapped in balance. It's not really much to do. It's just this maneuver every day. The old diving board pattern. Like this, the slow climb up, gap down. So maybe we'll break it eventually, but I am a bit sick of it. We climb up during the day and then just gap down. But yeah, we're just trading in balance right now. Miserable balance, but balance. What is this you linked me? Mickey 17.
So gold dealers are selling Bank of England bullion at a big discount in tariff panic. And 28 counterparties take 78.788 billion dollars at the Fed reverse repo operation.
That Mickey 17 looks interesting. His accent's a little weird in it. Just traded up to our tens. There's nothing here. This market's gross. We're just trading in balance. We know that there's a seller
So
here.
just doing a little bit of research into the Bank of England gold selling at a discount by traders. So gold in the Bank of England vault is trading at a discount to the wider market as fears over potential Trump tariffs spark a scramble for bullion that's resulting in week-long queues to withdraw metal. Dealers are quoting
Week-long
prices for
queues.
gold at the Bank of England at discounts of more than $5 an ounce below spot in London, according to people with direct knowledge of the situation.
God, this is something.
So the White House says Trump has not committed to putting US troops in Gaza.
What is this Warhammer trailer for? Oh, animation.
So the White House says Doge engineers have read-only access to Treasury systems.
Mario's gonna love that Blood of the Dawnwalker game. Holy, it's finally happening. That Gorge movie looks interesting. Or series, I don't know what it is. We have 50 seconds until new 15s. We're watching to see if buyers can get us back over 95s here, or if offer is going to be able to shift. We filled the void on our footprint candle down into our 70s. We came back down to our AVWAP on PVZ and previous day value high, found a bid. We're now watching to see if we can hold basically our stacked rebid reversal line, right? I'm watching to see if sell side's able to hold here, and if we can start to show interest actually below our previous day value for this rotation down, or if this is just going to result in an excess with our lows and then a rotation through, breaching our highs. I'd really want to see this hold if sell side is serious. If they aren't able to do it, I just don't see it. I really don't. Like this is basically their attempt here. They've got to do it now. So again, if we can bid and hold above 95s and start to see acceleration, then I think sell side loses. If offer can hold here at our 95 to like 87, basically, just this area that we've got marked, and we can push below our previous day value and start to breach this and show that offers flip, then we're in an okay position for short continuation. But as of right now, like I just am not seeing the follow through we need from sellers. Maybe some news will cause it. I don't know. I hate watching trailers because I'm watching all these, but like they're actually spoiling like entire films. $11. Holy. Also holding downtrend. We need to see NQ get below this previous state value and actually show an interest. This is a good failure from buyers at 95s. Now let's see if we can get more. If it's just gonna doji this for this entire 15-minute candle between these 2 points, it's unplayable. We need acceleration. Like, it's just not fun. Like, what are you taking? So second attempt here on the look above. See if sell side failed again. We need to see buyers step in here on this edge for the rotation through. I feel like this companion movie has been made like 7 times. But also, they did just give away the entire plot of the movie. Again. It's a really important test for buyers here. Russell ties, NQ looking above. RTY continuing up. We're still sitting here at 710. Don't really get that positioning that's happening into 710 to 720. Really don't understand. Oh yeah, no, this is garbage sauce. I'm not in it either. I'm willing to trade a range like 2 or 3 times, and then I lose all interest. This look above is okay, but it took about 5 minutes too long for me. There should be a pretty spectacular move out of here if we're able to get above, though, that we can play.
So Amazon prepares to release the long-awaited Alexa AI revamp, according to sources.
Huge. You guys excited for that? Yeah, I mean, like that, what you marked is recovery of our previous day value high and then pop. But like, it's just not great. I think waiting for yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just like sure, yeah, like we bounced there, but it felt bad, so it's whatever. This is where our offer's been sitting over and over and over and over again. We need to see this become supportive. Like it is so key. This little node that we built out up here. Look into our LVN. It needs to see an immediate aggressive bid and then rotation over 20s for continuation, or you've just now built out and trapped again at the highs for another rotation through. This is Russell, loss of momentum into our ADR and 22 edge, just like last time. Again, we need to see Russell find a low, ideally higher low, right, for continuation. We want to see a breach out of this, or we're just going to get more of the same. This is about as far down as I'd want to see buyers step. This 700, 705. If this doesn't hold, then just we rotate through, right? We're just watching our stacked rebid reversal line here. Any deeper, and then we're below POC from previous candle, and that's just kind of gross. We're seeing POC on NQ attempt to shift here. It is at our 710, go figure. I'm going to be watching the retest into that. When we, I want to just go over this area a bit, because it's the same thing every time. We get super frustrated when we see price action that looks like this, where we have like we have a large major move, and then we have chop afterwards, or just balance, right? I'm always going to be looking and targeting the fill of a void like this before we go on for continuation. It just makes sense to look for areas like this where we need to come back down to liquidity first before we can go further. So whenever we start to curl over and start to show a bit of a loss of a momentum, we're always going to look to fill. That's almost always kind of my targeting, which is that 670. From here, we can then figure out what we want to do. But whenever we start to do this maneuver after like a large push up, and then all of a sudden it feels like we kind of lost all steam, it's the slow grind back down to fill that void. And that doesn't mean that you have to play it, but it's something that you should be able to see and kind of be like, okay, yeah, that allows me to not take a breakout trade. It makes me look for a potential weakness and understanding where my overall target is, and that we're kind of just trapped here until we either, come back down for that fresh liquidity into our void, or we see a very clear break above, and understanding like when balance is going to happen can be just as beneficial, so that you don't emotionally trade it over and over and over and over again, and then when the time comes, you're done. Another thing you can do again is just we've talked about this at length, right, at nauseum. But when your POC structures look like this from 15 to 15, like, what are you doing? Is that something you want to trade? Yeah, and like even though we can see it, you're gonna still be frustrated trying to short that into that location, right? Like that's kind of the point, is that it's the in the way that I see it, and I don't know if this is truthful, right? But this is the way that I've always kind of viewed this, is it's like we're trapping both sides, right? We're making people very frustrated, and we're basically just consolidating liquidity, and then we're going to then punish, come down into value, and then we'll rotate, you know? And it's going to be a pretty horrible walk down to get there, which it was. Like, it's just not fun. But there's plenty of examples if you go back into like large extended moves to upside, when we then kind of like peter out at the highs, that we're just like rotating back down to fill void. So fun. Hmm. Man, I found such a cool Discord plugin yesterday where you can create multiple chat rooms in each language, and it auto translates, and basically a bot version of you appears in the other chat room of the other language in the native language of the chat room. So you can have like a Korean, a Spanish, and a French all below your English chat room. And when you type in the English, a bot version of you will show your message in that native language so that anyone in any of the chat rooms can have the full conversation without having to like flip between them to see translations. Like you just type in it and it auto translates it and then copies it into the other room. It's so cool. But for like multilingual communities, it's just insane. And it's free. Like that's the crazy part. This is like a 50-second video of just the setup, but like the end shows it how it works. But now just imagine like, I mean, I don't even have to imagine. Just like think about it for games. You can have like seamless communication now, with like multilingual guilds. Whereas before, like you had to be like pretty isolated into your region. I wish Discord would just implement these kind of things directly. Like I don't get how there isn't just a base translation app built in. I guess, but like the reason why Koreans don't use Discord and like a lot of like the Chinese people don't use Discord is because they have native apps that have translation built in, like Kakao Talk, like that has translation built in. And it's really good. But the problem with it is that you have to have a Korean phone number to use it, right? So you're very isolated in your community. And same thing for like a WeChat for China, or like really any foreign country. Like they have translation built in. Discord is like very Euro American centric, but being able to expand into those other regions would be huge for them. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I used Discord daily when I was in China. You just, I mean, any VPN, even like the free ones on the Chinese Play stores would work. But going there and having one pre-installed definitely is the move. Mm. But you'd think if like these devs are doing it for free, that they would just buy one of these and just implement it directly. And just like, I don't know. I'll never understand. Or if it's simple enough for like this to be someone's side project, just to implement it. Especially now with like all the AI, do a lot of this pretty easily. 40 seconds until new 15s, just back to our 10s from another rotation from our 86 to 94. This range is abysmal. Yeah, Sauce, because like my biggest concern is like these bots that you're adding to your servers, like you have to give all these bots administrative access for what they're doing. Like they have access to everything. You're basically giving them a backdoor into your server. And so if they're malicious at all, like they can do a lot of damage. So if Discord could just like implement a lot of this stuff directly, it would be really beneficial for large communities, because if the bot itself, their network's ever attacked, like they have access to, you know, thousands and thousands of servers with administrative access. Which means that like large servers basically have to develop out their own version of the same product for trust and safety reasons. So everyone's just like remaking the same thing because Discord won't implement it themselves. Most bad bots are currently like in the crypto space, but it's already like a pretty big issue because they take over bots that mint NFTs and then basically print or create fake NFTs, and then people deposit money, you know, because they think that this is a trusted bot and a server that they care about, and then they just steal everything over and over and over again. I'm just hanging out. There's nothing to trade here unless you're just willing to play the range. Been trading in the same range for quite some time. Was I sad that Billy didn't win a Grammy? No, I don't care. I don't even know who won other than Kendrick. And Sabrina Carpenter, I think, won. Let me go look. Probably. I don't see why they wouldn't. Wait, didn't it says on the, is this just nominations? It looks like Billy won something for Birds of a Feather. Oh no, it's just nominees. Got it. How did the Beatles win something? Am I missing something? The Beatles won Best Rock Performance? Is this true? I think as long as that bid is holding like 15 to 20, we have room to 42s on NQ. But we just need to see Russell's reaction into 322, Just the same place we've been rejecting over and over again today so far. Hit triple tops, then we lose all momentum, right? We want to see this pretty clearly break this flagging and push out with ES and NQ. PVZs, again, just at our 42s with secondary targets up above at ADR at 70. Watching Russell's response here. I feel like we need to test 20s. I think it's going to be pretty dependent on if Russell can break. the idea of something like this. If we're gonna flag here, where like this is holding, we're looking for this to push and rotate into this like 50. But we just need to see if this can bid and then play on the look over for the continuation. And the same principle could be put in where like you could change your risk and minimize it a bit more, playing 25 to 20 and then playing the look above. But I think we can get a rotation to 50s if we can hold a flag here. The first step is showing interest over this. Russell rejecting so far. Again, just a repeat, you need to see a pretty strong reaction here into 20s and then a lift over 32 for me to care, where it's just going to be a scalp in between those two. Strong bid into 20s. First risk off here into 32, just like we talked about. Need to see a look above and hold, or this is, again, pretty meaningless. Just going to be a reoffer and then continuation down.
French Prime Minister Bayrou survives the second no confident motion in Parliament as well. In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we're expecting comments from Fed Goolsbee, who gives remarks at an auto conference. The live video is pinned to Fed Goolsbee's entry in the calendar for anyone interested. So US Senator Graham says the Senate to move ahead with their own budget resolution plan, which includes $15 billion for defense. That's $150 billion for defense, excuse me. And the plan also contains $150 billion for the border as well. So again, US Senator Graham says the Senate to move ahead on its own budget resolution plan, which includes $150 billion for defense and for the border as well.
These are basically the two ideas that I see. Either this bid holds into, this probably needs to be lowered just a bit. We're looking for this to be able to hold this 15 to 20 and get over this 30 edge. And we can then rotate with first target being our 41s and our 50s. Or this offer is going to hold here and we're going to look for rotations down like this. These are really the only two outcomes that I see in this area. Of course, you can take off into your first 30s if you're playing off of 20s, but really we need to see this secondary move happen. If this offer continues to hold here, we're going to look for another leg down. If this guy continues to just sell at this pivot, with us stagnating here, should expect a look for liquidity at least. So it's pretty important that we see a willingness to take out this high.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Fed School speak gives remarks at an auto conference, live video for which is pinned to his entry in the calendar for anyone interested.
Really important that bids are able to maintain this 15 to 20 here. This is your first risk off for shorts into our top edge, and we need to see buyers really load the boat. If we can't hold this low, then we'll be looking for this rotation down. Again, this is what we're watching for, is can this bid, can this bid maintain here? Whoa.
Shortly expecting possible comments from Fed Scoresby.
50 seconds until new 15s and news.
So seeing a text release from Fed Scalping here says if inflation rises or progress stalls, US central bank will need to figure out if it's from overheating or from tariffs. Said COVID-19 pandemic experience shows supply chain disruptions can have a material impact on inflation. Inflation has come down and is approaching the Fed's 2% goal. The US has a strong economy and plausibly full employment as well. Distinguishing the cause of any inflation will be critical for deciding when or even if the Fed should act. Goolsby adds opinions differ widely on how much tariffs would get passed into prices. Suppliers may have to eat the costs. Tariffs this time may be broader, higher than in 2018, and the impact could be larger and longer lasting. Ignoring potential consequences of new threats to supply chains like tariffs would be a mistake, according to comments from Fed Goolsby. Seeing NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at $3.36, diesel March futures settling at $2.38, and gasoline March futures at $2.05. NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $71.03 a barrel, which is up $1.67 or 2.3%.
I mean, this looks like a bid to me. We'll see if NQ volatility gives us an actual trade, but if Russell's able to hold above, I think there might be potentially something here playing off this 15 to 20 for at least a move back up to 30. With this look below and now bid trying to step in. Again, it's a bit more volatile with this wick low. But if Russell can start to maintain above, I'm not completely against it. But if offer starts to really step in, trade has to be invalidated. Just give it a second. The thing I'm keeping an eye on for right now is just Russell. How would we react here? Expect a bit more volatility on NQ before we actually get what we want. My current thought process, Sauce, is that we're probably going to have to wick into the 700, 707 and then recover the 720 for a rotation up. Basically just retest this POC and then continue onward while Russell's trying to build above. It's kind of with how slow we're moving, I feel like we're going to have to be a bit more, the range on NQs is going to be a bit wider before we actually get direction. Yeah. But I mean, I could be wrong, but that's kind of the general thought here. And that would give you basically two options. Play this up to here, or this, like this for your secondary. This was full PT for me off of this for the short, right? This is all this was. Into our 707, we tagged that into our wick low. Now it's just figuring out what the hell we're gonna do. To me, it feels like we go for liquidity and then recover our edge and then rotate our edge and then look for acceptance above for continuation. But because of how slow we're moving, we have to be very patient. Especially with Russell still just rejecting here. Yeah, I don't know. I would like it to happen anywhere in between the 700, 707, ideally. I'd like this to hold. To definitely go lower, but that would be the quickest responsive, most responsive area for me would just be anything into this so that we can just immediately look above and then rotate higher. Anything in here. Has to be your first risk off if you are taking off this low. We can see a secondary entry here if we step over 20s with a stop below 15s to play this secondary move if we see this bid happen to play back up into our high. With that, we would be looking for continuation over 30s with the excess below if we can actually rebid here and pop.
Brent crude futures settle at $74.61 a barrel, which is down $1.59 or 2.09%.
Yeah, the secondary move's just not ready. Sucks. $40 seconds until new 15s. See what happens on this test. Same as before. Just watching this area for a bid. Russell is just so annoying. You kidding me? Get us out of here, man. You're in from 707 edge. You got to risk off half as we push into 20s. We need to see that secondary bid step up for the full rotation. Nothing has changed in our plan. It's just taking a goddamn long time. Is having stuff like this on chart helpful or hurtful for you? Do you understand what I'm talking about with these? Okay. Right, like you can set up your limits like this. Right, so you have half position here, half position here, stop below here. Right? So you're loading in and you're looking to get filled, and then you can have a secondary load here if we can push over, but you should take off half risk into this. And if we can then bid above, then we know we're rotating through. But the way that you can have this is you can set up your trade and plan it out fully, and you should be doing this. If you're on a platform like TopStepX, you have access to this tool. Before you take a trade, mark your area of what your risk is and put your levels in and your limits accordingly to your profit tool, right? There's no reason not to. It'll make for a very easy way to review your trades. And I can even break it down further for you guys if you want, right? Like this is your first risk to reward. This is your secondary risk to reward. And this is your third. For your 3 PTs.
In 10 minutes time now at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from Fed's Bowman, who gives an update on the economy and bank regulation.
What tool is that? It's just in trading view. It's here in the long position, short position. It's just in projections. It's available in your TopStepX platform as well. But like I'm already doing this just with pathing, but if a box is helpful to you, I can do that. It's not a big deal. I just think it gets a little messy on chart personally, but it's whatever. Yeah, so Carlo, your stop is below, right? So the way that you can position for something like this is you just have your first limit buys here, the 707, your secondaries here, and then your stop below, right? This is your risk that you're willing to put on. Your entry is, of course, this line here. And then you're looking for PTs into here, right? Like that's how the tool works. And that's giving you a 1.76 for your first trade, right? It's almost a 2-to-1. This is a 3.45. So you can see your risk to reward here for these 3 trade ideas, right? You can wait too. Like if you don't like this, all we're looking for is the ability to hold and then rotate this. But trading, looking for entries at POC is not a bad idea, because we know if this fails, that we'll rotate down. But like that was the idea. And that didn't like don't over leverage, right? But scale into a trade. If you can trade, you're comfortable with 1 NQ, you can do limits of 5 MNQ and have 2, right? You're risking 7 points. What's that band based off? This is just POC on NQ. This is our PVZ POC at 707 and our stacked and our developing POC at 700s. We're just looking for liquidity to be here. So you can also see it on footprint here. This POC from this upside candle. Just looking for buyers to be able to hold this if we're going to keep going up. We know if we lose this edge that we're rotating down. Sell side's very much in control, right? Like the short idea was this. So like we're now watching to see from our PT of our short if this area can now hold as our buyer. That's the idea here. We're rotating between these two areas. One of these sides needs to break. So you're either willing to put risk on into our high edge or our low edge, or you're waiting for a break of this region on either side. Like those are your choices when trading balance. Shit.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we expect comments from Fed's Bowman, who gives a brief economic update and speaks on bank regulation at a Kansas Bankers Association conference. A text is expected in just under 5 minutes' time now. No Q&A.
Can you point me to an already existing video or share your volume profile settings? Yeah, I've got 2 volume profiles on. I've got the HD version, and I have the visible range. For visible range volume profile, my resolution set at 2000, value area is 70, it's all the same. And then I just turn off my value, all of these, because all I care about is the shape for this, and then our value area is displayed in a different color. For the HD profile, these are my settings. Mm-hmm. Okay, I need to delete some of these. I was explaining things. Got all these lines. Yeah, it's whatever. Whatever. Let it be. Like, are you feeling bad having your limit at 707? Like, no, you're just profitable. But like, we got to get over the 720 and hold for it to have continuation. So you have to take off half your risk into 15 to 20. It just is what it is. Like, downtrend is still persisting. Russell is falling, unable to push. Gotta find a low on RTY if we're gonna get continuation, or this thing's gonna break down on NQ eventually.
1 minute now until we expect the text release from Fed's Bowman.
$30 seconds until new 15s and news.
Ten seconds. So Fed's Bowman does not discuss the economic or monetary policy outlook in their prepared remarks for delivery to the Kansas Bankers Association.
Take some risk off. Are you like, can you be mad? You know what I mean? Like, it's just balance. But like, if you're approaching it like this, you can feel pretty good about it and not be crazy emotional, right? Like, you need to be setting up your trades like this. Just let it play. You should be half out of your position at least, in my opinion. You need to see a very clear willingness to hold this edge if we're going to rotate for the next 10 more points, with 20 points being our high target. into our 50s. I'm just going to move this over. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to highlight our multiple targets. Russell, failure to get outside of our range off of our holding our low. So far rejecting POC as resistance. POC being our dotted orange line. This is just such a level, man. Holy. Bane of my existence today is this level. Hmm. Like a open source one? I mean, the Kindle one's not bad. If you just want to use that. But an open source one, I'm trying to think. What have I used? I used shit, what's its name? Calibra a lot. When I used to have a bunch of the I think it's like CALIBREE. BREE. Yeah. Yeah. That one's okay. I'm just trying to think of like open source ones that I've used. There might be a less clunky one now, I'm not sure. Let me look. If that one's too clunky for you, this one looks decent as well. This one actually looks really good. That Kudu one looks basically the same as Calibra, but with a bit of a more modern UI. Looks like the same features though. I haven't personally used it, but that one looks solid. A Quill? I haven't used that one. Let me look. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty comparable. But that cross-device sync could be huge. I don't know if that costs money or not. But being able to restart something on PC and then go to your mobile with the same app is kind of sick. I don't know if that's free or not. But that'd basically give you the same access as Kindle. We are forever stuck at 24. Holy shit. Yeah, I'll probably download that Kudo one as well. Looks good. Yeah, there's gonna be 1,000 of them. Especially if you just are looking off of GitHub. They're all gonna be the same thing. It's really just like what features do you want at that point? And how minimal do you want it to actually be? And its footprint. I'll probably download both Kudu and that Aquil version. Because if that syncing between devices is free, that's really nice. Especially if I can have all of my books saved on my PC and then access them on my phone without having to store them internally. I doubt that that's a free service. Because that's basically just Kindle. Or 21 still a company? Yeah, exactly. I don't see a mobile version of Kudo. So that's why I was looking at the one that kids linked. This one. This one is what I was talking about, Sauce. But I don't know if that if that part is free. Because that also has text-to-speech capability, which is kind of sick. Basically turn everything into an audiobook. But I don't know if these are paid features or not. Let me look. It looks like it's free. Oh, in-app purchases. So I won't know prices until I download it. Unlucky. Just gonna drag this over. Nothing's changed. Yeah, I've used that in the past for as well, Surf. That's why I like it's just a bit clunky compared to some of these newer UIs. But if I can find something with similar features with a more modern UI, then we're cooking. Sorry, Ron, I was not looking. Can you explain more on the levels, colors, blue, maroon, etc., and your entry and reasoning? Yeah. So, yellow is just like an auction pivot. So it's an area that I care about for bids to be at or offers to be at. So basically, if we're below, I'm looking for it to become our resistance. If we're looking into it, I'm looking for it to become supportive. Right? So I'm just playing off of this as a very clear pivot. And then this is my kind of like my mid-level. So where we're watching to see if this is going to shift down or be able to be supportive for our rotation up to our supply above. That's all, right? We have a very clearly defined range right now that we're trading in. So it made sense to have risk on in this 707 to 700 area for rotations up. We took profit at our 720. And we're looking to take profit again into our 32s where we've seen our sellers sitting. The short idea was the exact opposite of this, which was this pathing here, right? Same idea. which is a look into this area and then a lower high and then a rotation through back down to the bottom of our balance. So the way that we have this set up is just, are we going to be able to show a very clear shift above our balance high or our balance low? And if not, then we want to be playing in the direction of our seller or buyer value, right? That's all it is. So what's on screen is just me trying to really highlight understanding like what your risk is, right? And how you can scale into entries here by having just a limit at 707, and then you can have another one at like 703, doesn't matter, right? Sizing wise, and your stop would just be below 700. And as long as we're still maintaining above POC, we should expect that price is able to rotate back through. That's all. So it's nothing crazy. We're just playing the balance, and this is full target here. If we can push higher, we'll be looking for this to become supportive and then rotate up into our 50. But you should be 90% risk off of your position, or at least move stops up. And now you have a 3.45 risk to reward trade, right? Just playing off of 707. All you have to do is just chill. Run the stats on what exactly? Did people take this trade? Was this helpful? Was this like, I don't know what else to say really. Were you able to just be patient, understanding like where we're headed and have risk on? Okay. And again, PT2 is up into our like 40s. It's the same thing as my pathing, right? Like this is what we usually do. I find this to be just a good enough visual for me of what I'm looking for, right? Like we're looking for an establishment here for continuation, and then we're looking for an establishment here for continuation, right? But if this is something that's more helpful to you, like we can just do this. I don't care. It doesn't matter how we visualize it. It just matters that you're taking trades and understanding your risk to reward. Yeah, but like, okay, like say the 700 doesn't hold. Okay, it didn't. Like, who cares? You stop out. 7-point risk for upside it's fine, right? Like that's the point. You'll be all right. Yeah, like I don't know. What do you? Likely to hit the zone. I mean, this is a trade that I came up with on the spot, so there isn't any like statistical evidence for it other than what you would be looking for if you wanted stats would be what is the likelihood that what's the likelihood of POC holding that we retest value high? That's the trade that I just took to give you context. Right? And there should be definitely some stats based off of that. Remember, like all we're doing is trading a volume profile. So let me delete this and then turn off drawings. Oops, that's the opposite of what I wanted to do. Understand, like all we did here was hold POC as supportive, right? Our point of control, and then rotate back up to our value high, which is a very objective based trade. So if you know anything about like trading a volume profile, like that is a very objective trade. This is what we look for on these kind of setups. Here, let me open this. Copy, paste. Nope, image too large. Okay. Oh, you know what I can do? How do I hate everything. Period value zones. How do I like just get to like the indicators? Oh, community. And then how do I search in this? In scripts. Oh my god, why is everything complicated? How hard is it to pull up something? Period value. Okay, here we go. This is what you're looking for. Right, so this is the idea that we just went through, which is this. Rotating back to our POC, and then playing POC back up to our value high in our distribution. Like, that's a very common trade. So if you look at this example of what I'm showing right now, and then we go back over to our NQ chart, and I turn off drawings, do you see how this is our POC, and we just rotate it up to our value high here, this red line? This is all just an indicator. This is the trade that was just taken. Yeah, I did a full if you have TradingView, actually I did a full like breakdown of how you can play point of controls and value areas and all of that. This is all written in the description of the indicator with rules, a rule set that you can follow. So different trade ideas of how you can utilize this and build out strategies. But this is what we just talked about. Definitely look through this, and if you have any questions, just let me know. There's like a full breakdown. But even if you don't want to like look at this stuff, just search volume profile trades on like Google, and you'll find the exact same stuff. We didn't invent this. Just auction market theory. Didn't quite get the 07s, but entered the 20s to 40s. Yeah, and that's a perfectly fine trade, right? It's just the acceptance back in, which is fine, right? Like that was the secondary entry that was presented. But like even if you looked at footprint, the same thing is here, which is okay. We come back into our offer, right? We can see that this guy is getting absorbed here from a seller is taking in these buying lots, right? And then we open below POC, allowing for this rotation down. okay, so we know that there's a pretty large seller that's sitting here, and we have to understand that like this risk is going to be, every time we attempt into it, we're gonna have to eat through this area. So knowing that, when we come back up into this area, we should expect that unless we see a very clear look above and hold, that we're going to have to rotate down. So when we rotate down, where are we going to go? Well, our POC is here, right? Our value area is here of this candle, where we saw a huge inflection back up from these lows. So if we're going to hold anywhere from this supply, we're most likely going to rotate down back into this edge. And we'll know if this edge is going to hold or not based off of our reaction into it. If we start to look below and the seller gains traction below this POC, which is the yellow box, then we're most likely going to rotate back down to these lows. But as long as this is maintaining, we can put on risk here, right? 7 points of risk for rotations at least back up to supply. And with this holding a higher low overall, we should be able to take out this supply above, right? At least get back into it, allowing you a huge trade with minimal risk. Just playing your POC, the POC as your first target, right? Into our supply, POC into supply, and then new high with this holding higher lows, allowing us to go up. Right, so like it can be seen by multiple angles, and like on our volume profile again, this is POC, and our value high was here. All right, so you're just playing the hold and return back to POC, buyer stepping in, and then a rotation back up to our value high. And now what are we attempting to do, guys? This is important. So if we look at where our target was, right, into our 40s to 50s, what are we trying to do now? Well, we've looked over, and now we're trying to establish what? What is this? Yeah, right, we have this node below us, and now we're trying to establish a new node above, right? So we're trying to see if we can find acceptance here. And if we can build out this area, then we'll have a new balance that's being created here, and we can trade around this, right? We know that this is where the most volume is being traded. This is our peak, right? Our high volume node. And we're trading around this edge into our value high and this edge into our LVN. So now our reaction is based off of how we interact here. What do we want to see? Well, ideally, we see higher lows, right? Where buyers are able to maintain here and then start to build above this edge for rotations up into our ADR. But if they can't hold here, we should expect that our offer is sitting here and we're going to rotate into this LVN and we're going to be looking for a bid back into this range for entry, or a push into here and then into here. Right, like all we're doing is just playing volume profile trades. What's up, Grotto? Yeah, that's your top edge, right? So if we had to create new zones, right, this is your mid, or we're watching to see who wins out on this auction. This is either going to flip as resistance or look above as supportive, trapping below. And we're looking to see if we can build above this edge here, right? That's your full rotation of this upper node into our LVN. What we're watching for here is, can a buyer create, absorb, right, and push back through, with your target being your mid. So we're at our point of contention, and we should watch to see how we interact. If sell side's willing to step in and hold lower highs, right, then we have a channeling down action, but we should expect that this is our edge low, and we are looking to see how we interact here. How can we look at that on, how can we see this also not just with, this node being here, right, developing out? Well, we can look and see that this is our value low of our 15-minute candle from this big upside push. This is our POC of that same candle, and this is our value high of the same candle, right? So we've created a volume profile and where we should be targeting based off of the structure of our value areas on that footprint candle. So this is your look below, and the only way a long is going to happen is if we can look back in, like we have drawn here. This is a fill of our LVN. Right, and why are we looking for this fill in our look below? Well, look at our footprint candle. What is this? What does this green represent here? Liquidity, right? Buy-side liquidity that we're looking to see. That's a stack. That's an imbalance, a stacked imbalance on footprint. So if we're looking for a stacked imbalance here, we're looking for a liquidity look, and then a bid back in for rotations through. What happens if the bid can't step back over from this area? What happens if we hold our value edge as resistance? Yeah. Repeating. Oh, yeah, it's called a stacked imbalance on footprint. So this area is automatically created for you on TradingView's footprint chart, right? This is buy side liquidity. So when we have, you can get this level as well when you have 3 price points on a candle that are in the same direction. That creates an imbalance, right? It's an imbalance that's been created on here, and it will highlight those imbalances. And depending on what type of candle it is, either an upside candle or a downside candle, it'll highlight it as green or red. And you can just think of that as like an area of potential liquidity, right? So we're going to be playing off of those as areas where when we test back in, we should be looking for buy side liquidity to be present there, right? So if we have that idea in our head already, we're looking for that area to peak liquidity, right? I'm really simplifying this stuff down in general terms, but I want it to be digestible, right? So what we're looking for is a look for liquidity from in here, a look back inside of our range, and then a rotation through. right? Because how do you get a right side of the V? It's really important that we understand that, right? We have to trap someone into our low, and then we have to recover a level of interest. And our level of interest is our value low of our previous candle. Right, and also remember, like the value that we're talking about is this dotted line here. That's our value low. The yellow is our POC of the candle, and this is our value high, that dotted line. Yeah, exactly, right? Everything kind of comes together once you understand. That's why I'm trying to highlight it in multiple ways so that you can kind of get a an understanding of the same thing. And then, like, if you're familiar with ICT, right? Like, this is a FEG, right? Same thing. Right? This is an imbalance that was created on this candle. When we swept through, we created a one directional, one time framing, right? No retesting imbalance here. And that's being represented on footprint as well. So what happens if this imbalance that we created is unable to hold, right? What if we can't find the liquidity we need here and get back above? And what if this goes offer, right? That becomes a really important thing for us to know, because now this can be our area where we can look for a stop, or not a stop, a short for the opposite direction, right? And that becomes our auction pivot. And that's why we play off of the yellow areas in both sides, whether looking for it to hold and be very clear for a long, or looking for where we thought a buying liquidity would be. If this then goes resistance, right? And it's like, oh shit, this buyer is no longer here. And if that buyer's not here and an offer steps in, then we can play the rotation back down. But to me, like, instead of trying to play, like, you can look at it, you can utilize it in like two different ways, right? Like, you could try to be in at the literal low, right, and play this wicking in on this first attempt, and then play to your value area, Grotto, right? Like, you can look for that liquidity grab and try to be greedy and play this back up for the full rotation, or you can just have this as your step one, right? Like, if you wanted to do it like this is step one for a potential right side of V. So we want to see liquidity here. We want to see someone get trapped. But where's our entry, right? What's the entry vehicle for a long? To me, it's the recovery here.
Signing executive orders. Fox News have a video, and that's on the feed.
And then the rotation up through. Because now there's no invalidation for me. Now I'm looking for this to hold as supportive and then playing this upside direction, because I know that we have a catalyst now at our lows. We have now recovered a key pivot, and now I can play from the recovery edge of our low and play it for PT1 into our value edge and PT2 into our secondary value edge on the daily. Right? That gives me a much better trade idea to play with, because we now have fuel into our lows, and now we're looking to play with that secondary buyer to play the rotation up. And the opposite can be said, right? Delete all this. What did we do instead, right? We found liquidity here, but we didn't have enough to get back over our edge, and this became our offer, and then we rotated through, and then this became our secondary, and then we played our rotation down into POC, right? Which is where we longed last time at 707s. Right? That failure to get back over is key to let you know that, like, okay, well, we failed, right? Now we go down. And then it's up to you to determine if that risk to reward is worth or not. What's that indicator called? Are you talking about the footprint bit? Is that what you're referring to? This thing? It's not even an indicator. It's just built into TradingView. It's a chart type. So if you go into your chart types, it's a volume footprint. And here are my settings for NQ on the 15-minute, because it's, oh, wrong thing. Why is it doing that? There you go. These are my settings. You should screenshot this. All right, cool. Yeah, no problem, man. If you have any questions, just let me know. I will be right back. I know I'm kind of leaving you guys at a bad time, but I need a second. All right, my bad. All right, this was a pretty drastic move down as we were talking about that. Russell failed again. It's just so unfortunate how resistant this area is. No change, just doing a full oscillation back down to our lows. I didn't play any of this. I was too busy talking. We played the way up, but we did not play the way down. Now, let's see what we can find. Yeah, only 15 left on the day. I think we just watched to see if we how we interact here into our 707, same as before. I think anything. I think offer sitting 707, 715 makes the most sense to me. We're just gonna be watching this void here for an offer. So basically watching to see if sell side sits here, and then if we can rotate down further, or if we can get back above and show like a pretty significant bid. I think it's going to have a lot more to do with how the Russell reacts into this low, this oscillation, or if it's going to break down. But this 707, 715 looks like a pretty interesting area to see if sell side can flip this. And why is that important? Well, this is where our bid was before. So what does it mean if the guys who were really willing to buy this low over and over and over again are now offsides, right? What if our seller is now sitting here instead? Well, that leads to downside, right? If the buyer is gone, there's no demand here, right? And now it's our supply instead, then we keep going down. I'd need to see a pretty clear look back over something like this for rotations up, I think, over 15s and bid. where this just makes sense to me is something like this. Russell oscillating so far. You've got a MOC in 2 minutes, or 1 minute, so expect volatility and for none of this to matter. I think what's important is, can we, in MOC, can we look over and then see a significant bid kind of step in over 15s? Or do we break below our like 90s and start to hold that as offer?
Market on close imbalance.
I think like this movement below is going to be pretty significant if we're going to rotate down. And that would target like 70. Expect a decent amount of volatility to step in here in a second, guys. 15 seconds until MOC.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance. The S&P 500 a buy side 640 million, Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 120 million, Dow 30 a buy side of 95 million, Mag 7 a sell side of 115 million.
I should have drawn you guys are going to have to remind me over and over again to draw the risk profile on our pathing. I'm not used to doing it because I just visually, I'm like doing it internally, but like nothing's changed, right, with our pathing of understanding this area. Like we know that this is what needs to go supportive. So what are we looking for based off of our zone? Right, it's the same thing as before with our yellow zone. We know this is our resistance, right? It's the same thing. Stop below, edge. We're looking to enter into these. We're looking to rotate into this. And then same thing for the secondary. We're looking for this to go supportive. We're looking for this to hold above, and then we're looking for a rotation up, right? If I don't do this, please remind me if it's helpful to you until it becomes ingrained in my head to do it on chart. I'm hoping that eventually that you'll just start to recognize that my pathing is the same as this, and you start to visualize it yourself. But this is basically target 2 is what we're watching for here. This is target 1, target 2. Okay. Yeah, seriously though, like just remind me if I don't do it. I'll get in the habit of it. Again, and like, why are we targeting up here as our secondary? Well, what is this? What is this? Why do we care? Yeah. like a pretty easy area to expect a reoffer, right? We know sell side sitting here, and they were able to rotate us down from this area. So looking at where our void is and understanding that this is our upper target of this, and we should be expecting sell side to be in here, all of a sudden you know where you should be scaling out of your position, right? I'm probably not taking another trade. There's 5 minutes left. Just watching to see if the 707 can hold the supportive and we can do the full, the last rotation. Just keep an eye on Russell. Oscillation's almost complete, back up to our highs. There's your full rotation. This is our value edge from before where we rejected. What happens if we're able to rotate and hold above? Well, then we're going to go to our targets that we listed before. We just did like a full discussion on. But this should be your edge. What we're watching for is, can we build on this look above? We want to see now a flagging, something like this, probably. Or just an immediate bid above and hold. Again, I'm not in this. No reason to play the last 5 minutes of the day. These are our 3 zones from earlier, right? This is that upper node that we started to build out. So what do we want to be able to see? Well, we want to see the ability to hold and push above, or we're going to do rotations like this back through. Russell back up into our high. Full oscillation complete. I think if we can hold above this 50, you've got room to 74 for momentum plays, just into our ADR here into close. %. What's up, Grotto? What's the difference between both volume profiles? Are you talking about the one that's on the side of my chart and the one that's here? The one that's on the side of my chart is the visible range for the candles that are in view on my screen. Whereas the one that's overlaid on top of it is our daily volume profile for the regular trading hours, regular trading session, right? So if I load more candles by scrolling out, do you see how this volume profile changes? So let's do this. Do you see how we're getting more information? Well, let's say, do you see how it completely shifts? So I use our visible range profile to show me how volume is accumulating based off of our most recent action. Do we see how we get a different kind of profile? If I just have the most recent candles on screen, we can see where volume's been transacting compared to our daily profile. So it allows me to kind of find local bounce points. We're going to call them local, right? More macro or more micro bounce points based off of how current price is developing compared to our overall nodes based off of our daily profile. So I just compare the two and then try to find areas of interest, right? And that's when you'll hear me like talk about LVNs, and you're probably like, "What? Where's the LVN?" Well, it's because I'm looking at our more macro structure, or more micro structure instead of the overall macro. I like having both on screen to have an idea of like where our overall nodes are developing and our LVNs and high volume node areas, HVNs. And then I like to be able to see where current volume is being distributed in our little auctions that we do. There's your rotation up into our 70s end of day. So that was your last trade off of our hold of our 50s that we just talked about. Again, I'm not in it. I don't play the last 10 minutes, but this is your full move into ADR. Really nice bid. That is close as well. Hopefully you learned something today, and this was good. These days it can be so boring, so it's good when we can do education stuff. You guys just have to ask me questions. And please remind me if the profit target and the risk to reward, if this stuff is helpful to you, and if you need more information, right? Like if I forget to do it, but I've drawn a path, just let me know, and then we can put one of those on, and I can show you how to manage a trade, right? Like I don't want to I don't want that to become my stream, right? But if it's helpful to you in learning how to execute properly and come up with risk to reward areas, I'm more than happy to do that with you, right? But don't be dependent on me. But I will always do it if you ask. Just let me know. All right. I'm not staying for earnings. I want to get out of this chair as fast as possible. I'll be on tomorrow for those that are premium, and hopefully I'm on a bit earlier tomorrow. I don't know. I haven't been able to get to sleep until like 5:30 in the morning every day, so I'm just exhausted. Yeah, no problem, man. I will try to drug myself to sleep tonight so that I can be here at market open. I think I'm just getting sick. I don't. We'll see if I can do anything about it, or if it's just it is what it is. All right. Good night, fellas. Talk to you all tomorrow. If you have any questions, just hit me up on Discord. You know the drill.